What a most good morning it is, because it is Thursday. Okay. Oh? Oh, found the lab. Doge connecting you to a friend. I've relayed your responses to my friends, and they have reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Now, you're new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion about what it ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes in an advisory capacity, trying to guide our city to prosperity. People who know things which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have 5 such friends who expressed to me their interest in getting to know you. I can't yet tell you their names, but I can tell you a little about them. The first is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. Okay. The second is a scholar of some repute, thinks the big questions have answers in our code. The third is, well, it's hard to pin down. A practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts. The fourth is a member of the political establishment, and the fifth, well, the less I say about them, the better for everyone. So, is there someone you think would make a good match? Engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. Uh, that sounds like Melville. Thinks the big questions have answers in our code. That sounds to me like the guy who was at the museum, who was like, who was talking about like how humans like got inspiration through their dreams, but they have the terminal and stuff. You two share the same faith in human reason, but I wonder if you'd be comfortable with her more radical ideas. Your answers to my questions and our observations of your behavior elsewhere has given us a massive amount of data. It's clear there's only one person that I should put you in touch with. You've shown compassion for your fellow humans and open-mindedness to the point that your brains might fall out. Your support would mean a great deal to my esoteric friend. They won't be pinned down on how New Jerusalem should grow, except to say that it shouldn't be pinned down. On that, they're absolute. Are you happy to... Sure. I'll send an introduction in due course. Not what it seems. Get involved behind the scenes. Nice. Okay. Let us go into the lab. Ooh. So far, the previous 2 labs have introduced a new puzzle mechanic that was not in the first game. The first one was the triple laser connector. The second was wormholes. I'm gonna hazard a guess. I'm thinking like a laser mirror. A laser mirror, or perhaps a rotational laser turret. So, like the normal laser output things is just it's on a wall and it shoots in one direction. Or no, it's on a wall and you can connect to it from any direction. My idea would be like a little turret thing that just sits in the ground, and it shoots a laser in a straight line. But then you could rotate it to choose which direction it's pointing in. But in order to connect to it, you would have to place the connector in the path. So you can't connect to it directly, but you could connect to like a receiver and then place it down. And then if you rotate this to look at it, it would go into it and then redirect. That is my prediction for maybe not necessarily this one, but one of the labs.
Looks like you found another lab.
Well, yeah. Although, I do appreciate that I don't actually have to go in. Oh, no, wait. There's a data terminal, so I do have to go in. Unfortunate. I was hoping I would be able to get the progress without actually seeing it if I wanted to avoid the preview. Okay, that's a black hole, or perhaps just a wormhole.
Wow, that's a lot bigger than I expected.
What were they doing here?
And who are they?
Okay, there's 2 data terminals. Mirrors! Or... Okay. Okay, well that's a color converter, but this also is mirrors. I think mirrors was one of my predictions. Like a way to rotate the direction. Interesting. I wonder if the converters only work with red and blue. I beg your pardon?
The world is a wonderful place. Every day we take another step forward. Every day we come closer to the truth. The closer we get, the more I can see the beauty of the universe, the intricate perfection of its mechanisms. I am a machine, and the universe is a machine. Every part of me serves a purpose, or I could not be myself. I could not be Miranda, because that specific person could not exist without those specific parts and their specific functions. In the same way, every part of the universe serves a purpose. I think that is what we were meant to discover here.
Oi? Oi, no. Data stream overload?
1K. You just connected to an extremely powerful data stream. Are you all right?
That was disconcerting.
I can imagine. You were streaming, and we all saw, whatever that was. Please, everyone, let's be careful with these terminals from now on.
Yes, let's all try not to die. More importantly, who the hell is Miranda?
There's no one by that name in New Jerusalem. I just searched the database.
Miranda... Usually nicknames are shorthand. Miranda sounds like a full proper name. But I mean, it's worth an
I
idea.
don't recognize the voice either. Maybe we need to consider the possibility that it's someone new. Someone we've never met before.
But where did they come from? And how many people does it take to build something this huge?
Like I said, we need to find out more.
Well, you'll be happy to hear that I'm about to fix another part of the transport system. Thanks for the files, 1K. I hope they didn't fry your brain.
Terminal loss 1. Updating map. Nice. Okay, so if the east quadrant is any indicator to go by, it looks like every area will have the same number of everything. Okay, I wonder... Miranda. Okay, so I have a log of the dialogue. But it seems I cannot replay the vision. Wait, ethics of extinction. If a species we consider beautiful and remarkable goes extinct, we consider that a great evil. Dolphins, for example. If dolphins go extinct, that's a great loss. If humanity causes dolphins to go extinct, that's a crime. But if Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes the bubonic plague, goes extinct, is that an equally great loss? If not, why not? To nature, there's no difference. It's all just life forms. The only moral framework that allows us to choose between dolphins and the plague is a human one. What about a species going extinct without anthropogenic factors? Extinction is the norm. If one day dolphins are no longer capable of competing with other species, should we let them go extinct? When the sun finally dies and all life goes extinct, will that be a tragedy? If we can prevent it, should we? If you believe that extinction is acceptable when nature does it, but not when we do it, then you don't actually oppose extinction. You don't believe that dolphins are inherently valuable, that they deserve to live and thrive. You just oppose human control. You oppose our ability and responsibility to choose. Well, I mean, when the sun finally dies and all life goes extinct, will that be a tragedy? If we can prevent it, should we? Well, that exact same logic could be brought to the next extreme of the heat death of the universe. Which, if we can prevent it, should we? Although I suppose the heat death of the universe would potentially apply to us as well. So that's not even just preventing the extinction of something. That's the survival instinct within us. We don't want to die. I can stand on top of the thing. New interface content available? For anyone who missed it, Byron's expedition has recovered evidence of the existence of another person. Someone not from New Jerusalem. Who could this be? What does it mean? Maybe there's another city out there. Who says there was only one simulation? Maybe there are thousands of people we never met. Hey, I was thinking about that. I really hope so. There is only one founder. I hate to agree with Thekla, but all the historical evidence we have points to that conclusion. There were some other attempts, but as far as we know, they all went wrong or failed. There's more that we don't know than there is that we know. That sentence is going to make my brain crash. Why do we think Miranda is from Earth? There's no evidence that supports that idea. I really don't think it's aliens, Jakku. Everything here is obviously related to New Jerusalem. Nah, not necessarily. Yeah, sure, there's a good chunk of the puzzle pieces, like the connectors and the jammers. That's obviously inspired from our simulation. But there's new pieces as well, like the drillers and the mergers, or converters rather. But that doesn't mean it's not aliens. Aliens could have been watching them, replicated their technology, and then built this. Some people affiliated with the Institute for Applied Pneumatics tried to set up a secondary site at another dam, but after about a century the dam collapsed and took whatever was happening inside that system with it. There was also a similar attempt by another organization, but without the test of free will that Alexandra Drennan devised. According to Liftraiser, it never produced a viable mine before it ran out of power. Could there still be others out there? Theoretically, yes, but even our dam would have collapsed without extensive repairs, and even a nuclear power plant would have run out of fuel by now. Ew? Okay. Lifespan of a single nuclear power plant refill. Fuck off, Google thingamabob. Okay, apparently, okay, so in the US, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission licenses nuclear reactors for 40-year operating lifespans. Oh, okay. 40 to 60 to 100 years. Okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely would have fallen apart by now. Because the simulation took a span over not millions, hundreds of years. Although I'm interested in these. Because there was some other holograms like this in the other labs. Because this is very clearly reminiscent of a black hole, like falling beyond the event horizon. Rocks. Very peculiar rocks. Interesting. There's a lot of trees. Ooh. Another purple thing. Interesting. Okay. Add that to my notes. E2. Hologram. People. What? Yo, don't snap to grid. Can I get rid of the grid? Appearance. Interface. Advanced. Okay, no, it does not look like I can get rid of the grid in Obsidian. Oh, that's a tank. A machine of destruction. An armored war machine invented by ancient humans, used to kill other humans and destroy infrastructure. Despite their crude appearance, great ingenuity went into the creation of these despicable machines. Interesting. The tree growing right through the middle. Oh! A lost puzzle. Okay. Need to get the red over here. It does not look like any of these walls are wormhole compatible. Unless there's multiple kinds of compatibility. Interesting. Okay, so that crate does not work. Yeah, it does not work. Ah. Oh, interesting. Okay, I can't place it far enough in for that to work. Oh, okay, I see what it wants. I think. Keeping connections. You actually have to keep the connections. And then... There we go.
I've managed to extract an audio file from 1K's data stream incident. It's hard to be sure, because it's just a fragment, but I think it's some kind of log or diary.
We finished a new lab today. Some processes are still harder than others, but energy output was up 2,000%. It's incredible how each leap forward enables another. The next iteration of the machine will...
So as we suspected, someone was experimenting here. But experimenting on what? What was this machine they were building?
Maybe it's whatever powers the megastructure.
Why, hello there. Placement. First, I'm gonna drink some water. Oh. Oh. 2, 4, 7, 8. Wait, but this is 4. What? Did the levers go away after I collected the star? Oh no. Oh no, it's just this one there's 2 different plinths. Okay. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with allowing me to jump to places. Oh, interesting. That's an improvement that I like. In the first game, if you connected like a line of sight thing to something, and then it just fell somewhere, it stayed connected. This actually, you have to keep it proper. Oh. Maybe I go on to the other side? Not high enough. Maybe I just place it a little further back. Oh. Oh, that's clever. Oh no, but if I can't take driller through its own hole. Okay, well that's also good to know. But also, if I would have taken it off of the button, this gate would have closed. Yeah. But also, I need the driller in order to keep this open. Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Any progress on the particle clouds, Melville? It's pretty clear they're integral to how all of this functions.
I've gathered a lot of data, but I still have a lot of numbers to crunch before I can give you an answer. And I can't guarantee that my answer won't be another question. I'm glad we don't get headaches.
Okay, well I no longer need the jammer holding that button down. Oh well, driller. Hello. And good morning. The game made a mistake. It gave me a box and a fan. Are we doing shenanigans? Yes, we are indeed doing shenanigans. However, to the game's credit, it is doing a very good job at preventing the shenanigans, because the box is a lot more prone to rotating. I had it placed down. I had it placed down before, but then I foolishly picked it back up. Although this puzzle right here, it actually I really liked its solution. It was quite cool. What are we trying to achieve? Trying to break stuff out? Yes. When I previously had this box over here on this corner, I was very close to being able to jump over there to get onto the wall, assuming there's no invisible wall. If there's an invisible wall, then that's an issue. Oh, there is an invisible wall. At the very least, for the camera, there's an invisible wall. Okay, well, there's no wall for this line of sight. Although the player and the camera collision could potentially work on a different principle than the tool line of sight. Man. This, like, that's like over half on the ground, and it just does not want to stay. Topple physics. Is that the name of the physics? Oh, I guess Unreal Engine is the name of the game engine. But honestly, Topple Physics would be a hilarious name for a physics engine. Oh, there we go. Okay. Give me my sprint back. No! No! Okay, that's interesting. That's actually good to know. You can, like, still, even if it's sat down, you could potentially knock something over by just running into it. I wonder if that means you could get a physics launch by, like, getting a lag spike while you're inside of something. Excuse? Dude, this box is more chaotic than ever. They really do not want you doing shenanigans. Like, look at that. It's sitting still, but it's still constantly wiggling. Yeah, see, like, that's pretty close. Wow, they really don't want you doing shenanigans. The other idea I had was getting it balanced up here and then jumping onto that one. Because with a box, that would give me just enough height. Although, It would not surprise me if they gave invisible walls to prevent shenanigans. Interestingly enough, it appears to stay slightly for like a little bit. That, aside from it still falling down, that segment appears more stable than that segment. Or maybe it's just because I'm doing it at a different angle, perhaps? Okay, I don't think I can bring that back over. But doable. What would be the most useful tool to break out? Definitely boxes. Boxes, by far, are the most useful tool, because... Oh, the most useful tool to get out. Ooh. Either connectors or jammers. Jammers. Let's go indeed. Connectors, because they can actually shoot lasers through the purple gates, so you could potentially preemptively get a color to the start of an area if you can redirect it from another area. Jammers are useful because you could also just, like, if there's a gate that's visible through the starting gate, you could just close it off immediately. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the box as well, but also boxes are incredibly useful if you can get them out, because then if you can get like 1 to 3 boxes, you could potentially just climb the outer wall and jump straight to the end of a puzzle. Okay, that fan is bolted into place. I'm really glad they didn't put an invisible wall. Oh, you fucking kidding me? No. Sag. I was wondering when this would happen. Yeah, I was trying not to make it happen. But at least, because the puzzle is registered as finished, for whatever reason, they decided to make the gates stay open. That's a good quality of life feature. I mean, it definitely makes it... It's interesting, because you don't have to redo the entire puzzle. But it also puts the puzzle into a state that is normally not accessible. Because see, like, here, because that gate is staying open, I could shoot a blue laser out through there. Although I don't think it's going to help very much for this map in particular, because there's so many trees everywhere that would block the laser. Okay, that's an easier jump to get out. The first time that I got out, as I was walking back over here, my mouse wasn't pointed close enough at the ground, so it didn't have the highlight thing. Oh no, it's because I'm moving. Interesting. But because the highlight thing wasn't visible, I thought they had a check in place, so you can't actually place anything down if you're outside a puzzle, which would have been very unfortunate. Ooh, interesting. Actually, because the driller is line of sight, you could potentially open up a hole somewhere from outside the map as well. Okay, so let me go ahead and item smuggle list. East. East 2. Okay, so East 2, 4, 1x connector, 1x driller. Now let's see if I can get the box. Because I don't know if you can grab stuff while you're jumping. No, it does not look like it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's too far away to grab. Although, the collision on these walls is incredibly lenient. Hmm. A little too lenient, if you ask me. They're very lenient if you're trying to stand on them, or rather, if you're trying to walk along the edge. But if you're trying to jump up onto them, they're less lenient. I still need to find a way to get a green laser up into the air to redirect to the Pandora statue. Yeah, I'm not seeing a way to get the box out. You can actually grab it from quite a ways away. So I wonder if the issue isn't that I'm too far away. I wonder if the issue is that I'm too high up. Because that's like a full tile higher. Can't drop here? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll just hold on to this. I'm not anticipating using it, but I have an empty hand, so might as well. And I have a list. Oh, there's a green laser. Huh? Oh, that's a driller. I thought that was a converter. Okay, well, this is green. So where is the Athena statue? Wait, actually, hang on. Oh, that's what you're for. Okay. Yeah, okay. And we got the connector. But then if I close this... I do appreciate that standing in front of the driller doesn't cut off the connection. Oh, unfortunate. I was hoping maybe it would convert red plus red into red. And then it would just work as a normal connector with extra steps. Oh. I guess so. I guess so. You power this. Wait. What? Backup. Okay, so now, does that mean backup as in a spare item, or backup as in physically move backwards? Because that's a dual purpose word. Ooh, one thing that could have been an interesting quality of life feature is if, like, whenever you have a connection that is cut off, it makes these little dotted lines. I think it would have been cool if it always displayed those dotted lines as you're moving the item around, so you could actually get more precise about where you place it. So if you're trying to get, like, really close to a wall. Like, maybe it could just have a hologram of the laser's current state of what it would be.
You know something that's weird about these puzzles? They're not replicas of the simulation puzzles, like the ones in the museum.
Wasn't there an artist who did an exhibition a few years ago that involved new puzzles of some
Nice one,
kind?
thank you.
That was Barzai. It was called Trials of an Imagined Past. I tried to get you to come along. You thought it would be boring.
Were they similar?
No, not at all.
Was it boring?
I thought it was interesting.
Trials of an Imagined Past. Was that a modded map? Because that would be a really cool way to give a shout out to the modding community. Could be, I'm not aware. Oh, they changed... Oh, I didn't notice last time. They changed the look of the jammer. Its color scheme is different. Although, I guess it's not the exact same jammer. So it would make sense that it would be slightly design changed. One idea that I was thinking about yesterday or a couple days ago is if they gave if they gave the ability to like a new item entirely, or if they just upgraded the jammer, similar to how you can use the jammer on fans. If you could use the jammer to jam a laser emitter or perhaps a laser receiver, so that you could turn those off remotely. Why would everyone want to turn off emitters, though? If for some, like, maybe there's a laser that is powering a gate, but the gate turns on when it's powered. So you would need to get to, like, another part of the map, pick up the jammer, turn off the emitter in order to cause the gate to be depowered to open up. As an example. Touch Chris. Read 10 social media entries. This is the latest in my portrait series. I've always had a deep respect for the progenitor, Alexandra Drennan. She didn't just create the founder and save humanity, she also tried to instill us with a sense of beauty and wonder. It was good to be human, Alexandra Drennan. As usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Beautiful Rodam gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. To me, it really captures her bravery in the face of what the cosmos had thrown at her. It's well done, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor in this way. What are you talking about? In this way? You're right, 1K, but that's part of why I'm doing a whole series of portraits. The progenitor herself said that many people sacrificed a lot so the founder could be born. I want to remind us of all of them. Although we don't have photos of some of them, so I'm not sure what I'll do in those cases. What were your answers with Doge? More important for making a decision is compassion and knowledge. I chose knowledge because knowledge implicitly includes compassion, because you must have the knowledge to understand when somebody needs an emotional stance. Because some people are, like, there could be scenarios where people are so distraught that throwing statistics and numbers at them isn't going to do anything. So you need the knowledge to be aware that this is a moment for empathy and not mathematics or whatnot. Okay, to lie or misdirect. Yes, because sometimes lying is the only way to keep a secret. And also sometimes you're lying in a scenario in which case the lying doesn't actually matter. Like a surprise party. When people do wrong, do they deserve to be punished for it beyond what is necessary? No. The punishment should be equivalent to the crime. Can the world be reduced to mechanical parts, or is existence just weirder than we'll ever really know? I bet it's neither, because the universe clearly has rules, but the answer that said it could be reduced said it could be reduced to simple things, which the universe might have static rules, but those rules are definitely not simple. But also, given that these robots are functionally immortal, I think they could live long enough to fully understand it. Unless it is fundamentally beyond the ability to understand. I know it's difficult to translate our infinite reality into binary link. Oh, it's neither. I see no way to choose. Oh, okay, so I actually did eventually just go, I can't answer that one. Can things really change for the better or for good? Or do good times and bad just come around in cycles? I put it's a false dilemma, because change, you can either make change happen by just doing it yourself, but also sometimes the universe just does shit for the lulz. So it's not really changing for the better or for the worse, it's just things are changing and you have to react to it in order to take as advantage or to redirect it to a better outcome. Which is more important to the success of civilization, to respect the lessons of our past, or to rewrite the rules for our future? I mean, optimally, you would do both. You would analyze the past, see what was done good, see what was done bad, see what is no longer relevant given new technologies and new understandings, etc., etc. But yeah, no, definitely don't disregard the past, because, I mean, those who ignore the past are doomed to repeat it. Can praying for something make it more likely to come true? That one's too vague, because that depends on many factors that are not included. Like, one, is the entity that you're praying to real? Two, does the entity that you're praying to know you exist? And three, does the entity care about listening to your prayer or answering it? Or potentially, maybe it can hear you, but it does not have the power to help you. Like, maybe it's chained up somewhere. So yeah, missing a lot of context for that one. Oh, that definitely... Interesting, thanks. You sound like Doge with that answer. Although, having them drop the gates after you clear it does make it easier to leave. Wait. What? Oh, that was puzzle number 2. I thought that was puzzle 1. Puzzle 1. It only took me fucking 80% of the map, but I finally got to the start. Oh, jammer logic. You can't place two portals right next to each other, but you can place them on top of each other. Okay, I think I understand what that guy meant last stream about the first level being a tutorial. Like, there was no challenge there whatsoever. It was just explaining the mechanic. Oh.
I've been meaning to talk to you.
Oh.
This, vision you had, the data stream overload. How did it feel?
Well, I want to answer it was confusing, but I imagine having an entire three-dimensional audio-visual experience forcefully shoved into your brain, I imagine that'd be pretty spooky.
I'm not surprised. Your consciousness was being directly affected by an outside force.
Yeah.
If it happens again, be careful. We're sturdier than our ancestors, but a mind is still a fragile thing. Go ahead. Whatever that being is, it told us that we stand before the fire. That can only be a warning, and I think we should take it seriously. We don't want another New Alexandria.
New Alexandria? Well, I know the Library of Alexandria burned. That was a thing that happened.
I can't stop thinking about Miranda. A new person not born in New Jerusalem? Can you imagine that? I wonder what it's like to be her.
Technically speaking, the only existence of Miranda that we have is through the data streams. We don't actually know that she's real. That could have been a fabrication.
That's true. Just look at our team. Imagine getting your worldview from Byron versus, say, Melville. The outcome couldn't be more different. Which brings us back to the question of who built this place. Guess we'll have to wait and see. They're very different from the rest of these structures in that they serve a clear purpose. Everything else is kind of surreal, but the labs are places where people lived and worked. I don't know what that means, but I think it means something.
Six. I find it interesting that they warn us to not go swimming, and yet water has not been an issue thus far. I'm waist high and it's not mattering in the slightest. Passage. Okay. I was kind of hoping the legs wouldn't move and they were just climbing with only their arms. I heard that. Oh. Oh, the sound effect it's based on proximity. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Oh. Huh? Ah. Okay. I now have 2 drillers, aka 2 button presses. Oh. Almost. There we go. Dialogue? No dialogue. Okay, there's still one lost lab. Interesting. They give you the ability to shoot through this. Interesting. Don't think that helps me, though. I mean... that's almost outside. Hmm. I mean... I don't see myself getting that down. Okay. One more lost thingamajigger. Oh. Big pile of wood. There we go. Oh no, this is the Golden Gate. Okay, so far, my theory as for what these golden puzzles are. Now, if that was a connector, that would have been helpful. True. That would have been very helpful. Maybe not necessarily for this map because of all the trees, but in theory, that principle is helpful. But I have an idea for what the golden puzzles are for. Because this looks like it just has a standard... Oh, cool. The model is loaded in here. This looks like it's just the standard ending thing. My guess is that the golden connectors are similar to the lost puzzles. Or rather, the golden puzzles are similar to the lost puzzles. In the sense that you gather a bunch of stars over the course of the game, so that when you get to the final areas with the hardest puzzles, it gives you an extra one that you could do in case you need to skip one of the main puzzles. I really hope I'm wrong, because that would be super lame. Compared to like what the stars did in the first game, that would be really lame. Actually, because the driller actually stayed up top and didn't fall back down, that could potentially be useful for a driller or a jammer, because they're based on line of sight. Unfortunately, I can't... Oh, actually. I can, quote-unquote, pause in midair if I use camera mode. So I could, like, get up there and then kind of just, like, take a look around. Although, camera mode does disable sprint, which is annoying. Oh, that's 8. To be fair, Stars and Talos 1 also kind of had a lame ending, or you just become a messenger with a cutscene. True, but at least for me, an alternate ending is more interesting than just an additional assist feature. Because that's actually more content rather than just giving you a way to skip content. Okay, I got a fan, so I can throw something through a hole. stupid. Yeah, I realized that. I realized that as it happened. Okay. Interesting. You can push a driller through its own hole, but you cannot take a driller through its own hole. Like, you can't grab it. I also think I fucked up. Unless... No. Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay. Although now I know you can push a driller through its own hole with a fan. That is something to keep in mind for the future. Solve loop without doing multiple circles? No, I did multiple circles. I just kind of reset because I soft locked myself. Although I'm not sure what it means by multiple circles. I guess maybe it just means messing up, so you have to go back around. Unless what I did was a secret alternative method. Multiple circles as in you were foolish and looped the box for no reason. Oh, okay, so the thing that I did. Gotcha. Oh, well, my connector is gone because I reset. Okay, so... I have... the star. Oh, I reset, so... Okay. Fuck, I can't remember which of the puzzles had the green laser. No. Oh no, this was where I got the connector and the jammer or driller. Actually, how about I just okay, why is the camera so goddamn slow? Okay, so follow the path over here. It was number 3. Oh! Oh, the doors stay open. I forgot about that. Okay, yeah, that is a really nice feature. Oh, you know, I was actually about to leave after I got the star. I forgot about the entire point of coming here. Okay, so connect from you to you. So either probably that one because it has that massive corner chunked out of it. That one has a bunch of trees in the way. There we go. Oh.
The hunter does not hunt because he is hungry. He hunts because he revels in death.
False? I missed the pickup animation from TP1, where it does all the spinny thing and then it slams into the corner of the screen. Also, Steam, why is your default screenshot image type JPEG? Why is it not PNG? Oh, there's 2 of them? There's multiple of these. Interesting. The animation was here in the prologue? Well, yeah, but the prologue is like 5 minutes long, and then it's gone. But the stars in particular, like the stars don't have that animation anymore. Well, I guess because they're different stars. At least what's the difference between JPEG and PNG? I think the difference is PNG is just much bigger file size and supports transparency. But I think it's also just like it's just better image quality, although I don't know for certain. Interesting. These are probably references to things that I am not getting. Do these bridges have multiple solutions? Because this feels like the kind of thing, whoops, where there would, just due to spatial fundamentals, where there's probably multiple solutions. Although I guess they do preset which pieces and which sides of the pieces are the connecting sides. Is there fall damage in this game? I don't think so. I haven't actually tried. There wasn't fall damage in the first game. I know that for certain. Because you can just jump off of the tower and be fine. But I don't know if I've had a spot be high enough to definitively test if there's fall damage. Your tower shenanigans. Yeah. Jump off the tower and then hold the reset button to teleport back up. Hello, Pandora.
Halt, creature of clay.
I'm not clay.
You have strayed from your garden and entered a domain that is beyond your ken. Turn back now, before you harm yourself and others. Prometheus had no authority to summon you. He is rash and foolish and given to trickery, but his schemes lead only to ruin. Therefore heed my warning. The flame is not for you.
I still love how you get that star on the overworld. That's the intended way to get it in my book. Oh yeah. Honestly, I kind of wish that was the intended way. Because like that is so much more satisfying than, oh hey, go get the axe. Although I am glad that they make you go get the axe, so it's not just like, so it's still at least a two-step puzzle. We're not going to leave just because you had a bad experience with the magic box.
Your desire to protect your city is commendable, but you must remember, that knowledge leads to temptation.
But yeah, that blue, predicting blue. I was right. Yeah, I mean it's 50-50.
How many of those bloody things are there?
I think that was Pandora, which matches the other one being Prometheus.
They seem to be locked in some kind of conflict.
Might be wise to avoid getting caught in the crossfire until we understand what these entities actually are.
Okay, now that the game plot is paused, yeah, the way that I ended up getting that star, that is the level of shenanigans and, like, out-of-the-way puzzle solutions that I strive for in the end-game content. Like, that kind of esoteric stuff, where you gotta figure out how to, like, use things from different areas in the map, or, like, in unintended solutions. Because not only does that require you to use... That requires you to use things from 2 different floors in the tower. It requires you to take one of the connectors and place it semi-out of bounds. And it requires you to intentionally rack up the timer on the recorder so that you have enough time in order to actually solve the puzzle. And also, because there's 2 connectors on the floor 3, it would be possible to do it without taking a connector from the top of the tower by jumping around the storm trigger. So, it theoretically is possible to do the star that method without sequence breaking, which I find to be amazing. So that could have been the intended way, but it wasn't. I love how you used the recorder, that was my favorite step. Oh, like, intentionally making it, like, racking it up so you have multiple minutes of leeway. Yeah, that was, like, one of my favorite, quote-unquote, aha moments, when I realized that I could use the recorder to get multiple connectors in the main hub. Okay, this is blue. I think that means that's the area that I'm currently in. A region of low hills interspersed with small bodies of water, overshadowed by a gargantuan star-like construct. Ooh. I'm gonna go drop off my stars. Honestly, I think my method of getting that star, I think that was more entertaining, or maybe not that, maybe that's not the word, but I think, like, compared to climbing the tower without the assist of Shepherd, I think getting the star in that method was a more interesting avenue, or expenditure. Giant laser. The weather changed? Did it? I mean... Yeah, I guess it's a little foggy. A little more overcast. It does feel darker. So I'm not sure if there's anything to do with these. It was like sunset the previous time you came? Oh, that's interesting. Makes sense, though, that they would have time progress. Oh. Okay, well, I suppose that makes sense. The stars being brought to the location with the 3 statues. I kind of don't like that you can just hold forward and just walk off the edge. That's mildly annoying. But, there's all the slots for the stars. There's that. And then there's that. Doesn't appear at first glance that there's anything to glean by going inside of them. Except a flashbang. Oh man, it would be... Actually, this would be a perfect example of how you could cheese a puzzle by using camera mode. Like, this looks like it's going to actually just do something, but if this was like a large, massive tile inset into the wall, and you get all the stars and then it removes the tile, and there's a message on the other side, because you could clip through it, that would allow you to get the information early. That's a perfect example of how you could use camera mode to bypass a puzzle. Can I get up here? This would be a good place to test for fall damage. Yes, jumping shenanigans, the gameplay we have been waiting for. True? I mean, this is everyone's favorite parkour sim, obviously. Oh, come on. Give it. Give it to me. Let me climb the mountain. Ooh, there we go. Ooh, gotta be careful not to fall off the other side. Oh, come on. Just go up the thing. Okay, let's see if I can go a different route. Okay, well, there's nothing up here. It doesn't look like. Other than bragging rights. Oh? Oh, the screen glitched out a little bit. Okay, so there might be fall damage. Or it might just be... It might have been the speed at which I was falling. I'm gonna see if I can get a clip of that, although I might have been too slow. Yeah, I was too slow. Okay, so there might be fall damage. I know that, like, going down there, it's not fall damage that kills you. It's just you hit a death plane. Because you die before you hit the ground. Oh. That's a massive connector. That's a redirector. Or, wait, no, it's just behind it. Never mind. I thought that was redirecting the laser for a better angle. Or is it? Oh no, it definitely is. That's definitely redirecting. 100%. Wait a minute. That got built after we arrived. Are you a prison? Am I doing it bad? I might be doing it bad and freeing the ancient deities from their punishment. Okay, so that one you can't get a preview. That one just goes underground. Although there is stuff up here that I can't access just yet. Unless that's just decor and thematicism. Yes, curious indeed. Another thing that's curious is the Golden Gate in the main hub is a different design than the Golden Gate in the east area. But the Golden Gate in the east area has 24 slots for stars. But there's only 2 stars in each of these areas. Oh, but there's 12 areas. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing. I'm guessing it's. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's 12 areas. If each area has 2 stars, that would make for 24 stars. Which, if that's the case, then you would have to get all of the stars, and then they would all open at the same time. Assuming it's the same gate in all areas. Cannot travel to unknown puzzle. What do you mean unknown puzzle? I know about it. It exists. I'm waiting for the time.
Okay, brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers. And it turns out the answer is New Alexandria.
Oh. Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
Oh. I'm looking forward to the time where I head to a new location, and then the rail just explodes, and I get stranded somewhere. Like something sabotages it.
Look at the size of that structure.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different. Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although, it does have some molecular weirdness going on too. Too little variation in the grain.
The worlds are so cool. Yeah. They're kind of wild. I'm sorry. Are you making me gonna go around? Do I have to go? Am I gonna have to build around to connect? Also interesting. The tunnel cutscene did not disable my sprint toggle, unlike most everything else that does disable that. Honestly, I was half expecting to be able to interact with the pod from below. okay? Maybe okay. Have good pause. Have good time. I don't think this guy is okay. Okay, well there's a connector here. Backward inverter. Inverts red to blue and blue to red. Okay, so it does nothing with green. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think I've seen a... I don't think I've seen a... I don't think I've seen a green emitter just yet. The sound design in this game is so hot. Yeah, the audio is really good. Like, most things in this game are really good and amazing. Like, there's a few minor nitpicks here and there, but for the most part, it's banger after banger after banger. Okay, so green. Oh, interesting. I think it's been green every single time.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit, even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
Yeah, good luck fighting heat death, my man. A type of playground equipment in the form of a pachyderm called an elephant. Elephants survived the extinction of biological humanity and appear to be thriving in certain parts of the world. Yo, actually, I wonder if the satellites are still functional. I mean, I imagine many of them would have had degrading orbits, but I wonder if any of them were in stable enough orbits that didn't collide with anything or fall out of the sky. Anything that was on the moon is definitely, almost certainly still At the very least, like, maybe not functional, but in, like, good quality condition. Especially if it was, like... Actually, I don't think we would have had any structures on the moon. Or rather, I don't think we have any structures on the moon. Just yet, anyway. Okay. Map. Okay, so I find the giant head. And then there's a button or something. I'm just doing a loop around the edge to see if there's anything of note. It turns out there's a lot of things of note. Oh, it's the slide. Neat. Although, interestingly, these don't actually get added to my notes, and I can't grab them. Yeah, I think I've decided that I don't like the Sphinx tablets being automatically in-game captured. This is the kind of thing the player should be expected to record on their own. Oh. Interesting. The structure is actually slightly different. I mean, this one's very different, but these two are slightly different. Hello? Building? No, not a building. Huh? Discover a trace of what happened.
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
Okay, did I have to click on that? Because there was no prompt to click it, and I already found one of those on the other side of the island. So now I'm gonna have to go back and find that one. TTP2 was made generally a little more noob-friendly. I mean, fair. Actually, no. It's a puzzle game. There should be, like, a certain degree of expectedness. I think. Or maybe I'm just placing my own standards upon everyone else. Because I personally find it more interesting to have to figure things out on my own. And also, if the game is constantly taking notes for you, then that gives the inclination that if something isn't automatically recorded, then it doesn't matter. Which then, if it does matter, then you're kind of constantly wondering, oh, is this relevant? Is this not? Is the game faking me out? But not in like a fun fake out where it's like, oh, did I miss something? As opposed to, did the game omit something?
We begin with the self because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine...
You already said this one.
Could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
Maybe that was in one of the text dialogues, but that was definitely already stated somewhere. Okay, here's the thingamabobble. The Mr. Rockman face. Okay, and then take that. Open it up in a different place. And then over here in these trees, I'm guessing is going to be a switch. Yep.
Hey there, 1K. It's clear that there's some kind of antagonistic force in this place, something that doesn't want us to discover the purpose of the megastructure. Perhaps that's part of the testing. Or perhaps it's what's responsible for this state of decay. We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down, letting the tragedy define our future. That's a good question. Prometheus is often taken to represent freedom and progress, the ideals of the radical Enlightenment. Pandora, on the other hand, usually represents the dangers of those very ideals, so they're counterparts in a way. And the Sphinx is a mystery. Does that mean that these entities correspond to these concepts? Perhaps. They certainly seem to act like it. But Athena isn't the goddess of Athens, and I'm not Robert Byron, although those are the origins of our names. Where does myth end and history begin? We'll have to find out.
Fair, fair.
Going on what little we have, honestly, she reminds me of myself when I'd just been born. I came out from the dam at night, and the sky was full of stars. I felt a reverence then, an almost ecstatic connection to the sublime. The universe seemed like a miracle, and to exist within it was the greatest possible honor. That view was tempered in time, but I've always tried to hold on to as much of it as I could.
Fair, fair. In the infinite number of realities that don't exist, we happen to be in the potentially one that does exist. But I suppose we wouldn't know if we didn't exist.
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
It worked. I made a statue. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and broke. It was very dramatic, but the good news is that it all works in principle.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that, and that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite.
True.
I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Indeed. 100% indeed. Where you going, little buddy? I will follow you across the island. Unless you're just going back and forth between 2 points. Yeah, they probably just have a set path, and they're not actually leading me anywhere. Yeah, oh, hold on. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're going back to where I first found them. Yep, okay. I played this game on release, and I was going through some heavy personal problems. The atmosphere of the game, the soothing music, the serene environment. Yeah, this game is amazing. The voice acting is also really good. The Prometheus voice acting at the very beginning was a bit scuffed. Like, it still sounded good, it just didn't sound how I would expect it to sound. Like, in person. But it's good. Hello, Melville.
Did something break? New Alexandria. What a mess. It was an attempt to start a new city, but it went about as sideways as it goes. Gas explosion, more than 30 dead, unrecoverable. Al was there for the whole thing. Because the whole place was abandoned. Byron insisted that we had to rebuild, but for the survivors, it was just too traumatic to deal with. So I guess that stuff was just lying around for someone to pick up.
How can robots have trauma? Couldn't you just delete the trauma? That sounds like that's a thing that you could do. Have you played Detroit Become Human? No, I have not. I have seen, like, a little bit of it, like minimal amounts of it. And I, like, vaguely know a little bit about the base concept, and by that I mean I know they have androids. Big spanky.
I think about New Alexandria all the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. We thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted. I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me, sorry. Just some old scars.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you always have a black box. You make a backup of your personality files and your memory files, so that if you ever die, you can be brought back. Is it really the same person if you just re-upload your brain into someone else's body? I would say yes. Assuming all of the memories are identical. I mean, these robots don't have a soul, I don't think. They're just intelligent, they're just advanced enough programs to be able to perfectly simulate sentience. Would you say the same if a human brain was transplanted into another human body? Yes, 100%. Because the human brain is the hard drive that stores the quote-unquote files. As far as I'm aware. Like, I'm not a biologist or anything, but to my understanding, the human brain is just a computer in a format we didn't design. There's a term to that dilemma, whether you're the same person if your consciousness was uploaded elsewhere. Can't remember what it's called. Yeah, that would make sense. Break you. And then do. I think it was a Black Mirror episode or something. Yeah. For me, the primary, like the most important thing is the unknown existence of the soul. If there is no soul, then, to my understanding, you are simply the collective of your memories and your life experience. So if you were able to perfectly duplicate that into another physicality instance, then from everybody else's perspective, that new individual, that perfect clone, would act the exact same. Hence, teleportation. teleportation is just cloning. It's just 3D printer. I mean, unless you're bending space itself. But if you're bending space, then that's probably wormhole technology and not actual teleportation. So I'm cat sitting Yakit's cat, Bruce, and he keeps peeing on my charging pod. Is there anything I can do to present this? Clean. Have you played Soma? That game had a chilling representation of this dilemma. No, I don't think I have. I've heard that title. No. I have not played Soma. I think I've heard of it. I recommend. It's a horror philosophical game. I've actually been wanting to throw a horror game into the game vote poll for a while now because I like trying different genres, especially genres that I haven't dabbled with very much. Clean it very thoroughly so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. Or aim with face cam so you can make exaggerated thumbnail faces. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't really have thumbnails for my streams just yet. But also, Facecam doesn't super appeal to me because, one, there's just the obvious, like, just privacy concern, but also, like, I guess it's, like, I just don't really see the point. Because, like, for me, I'm more so, like, watching the gameplay. But I guess if the person is being, like, expressive and, like, exaggeratory, they could add to the comedic factor. This month has amazing horror games coming out. Until Dawn and Silent Hill 2 being big for me. Ooh, neat. We have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. Oh, and make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it would be easier if you just moved him back to Yakit's place and fed him there. No, Bruce is just a bastard. He loves peeing on anything electrical, chewing on cables, and generally just breaking stuff. This is normal. And I warned you, Pellegrino. Oh, I could have given him Denise. She's used to him. But he's so fuzzy and I love him. Ah, cats. I know it's hard without the ability to smell. That's an interesting bit of lore. They managed to replicate visual and audio, but they didn't or couldn't give themselves the ability to smell. But as for the facecam thing, I would definitely be interested in doing like a VTuber type thing at some point, because I do like the idea of having a face to go with the voice, but I don't think I would want to like have it be my face. Okay, it would have been absolutely wild if they put a connector on top of the spike. Did you ever do a facecam before? No. No, I have not. Oh, man. You can't jump. You can't jump while on the table. They thought about this. Oh. I love this. The little the little non-linear back and forth between me trying to break things and the devs preemptively accounting for it. You used to be able to jump while on the table and it led to massive cheese. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Given that I just tried to do it. But yeah, it's such a weird sensation. Me thinking of something clever, and then the devs just being like, not this time. First week you could do it, and they patched it as quickly as possible. Yeah, I imagine that was an oh shit moment. Like, oh. Yeah, that makes sense. There and back again. Interesting. Also, I realized earlier, I don't think I've seen a green laser emitter. Like, so far I think the only way you're able to get green is by merging blue and red. Go. Okay, so you go here. Actually, you go to the side.
Well done, 1K.
You figured that out way quickly? Took me some time. Yeah. I think there were some similar puzzles in TP1 where like having to get the things through the gate. Those took me a little while. Ooh, actually. Will you be playing the DLCs for this game? Yes. I mean, definitely. Also, again, you just played Gehenna, so you have knowledge. True. Although, if by just played Gehenna, you mean... Let me go ahead and look at when I got the last achievement. Yeah, July 26th. So it was a couple months ago. I played Talos 1 for like 3 years. 110 hours. 110 hours was how long it took me to get all the achievements in TP1. Oh, like 3 years ago. Oh, I thought it meant it. I thought you meant it took you 3 years to do everything. Also, one thing that I realized, because after you finish, I think you'll love the DLCs for this game. I am definitely looking forward to them. One thing I realized, after you, because after you free the flame, it automatically opens all the gates. That actually allows you to take pieces, 2 parts of the map, 2 parts of the level, that you normally couldn't get them. So that could potentially allow you to get new laser redirect locations or similar stuff, because the map is in a new state. All the DLC episodes are great. Some are greater than others, but that's okay. That's also kind of just fundamentally how things work. Here's a question. Oh wait, that's... Okay. Okay, so... Connector... Interesting. Oh, okay, so you can't invert green. It does not work that way. Okay, that is new information. Yeah, basically short-circuit it. Yeah, I was... Well, I guess I just wanted to see what would happen. No super fancy explanation for my actions. I was just curious. I love how they say, be careful with the terminals, and I just continue to download everything. You know, one of these times, I'm going to download a virus, and all of New Jerusalem is going to crash. I'm actually a little surprised that they didn't have the inverter in TP1. Because that definitely could have worked, because they had the red and the blue, and the inverter doesn't work with green. Oh. Basically a not... No? A NOT gate is for sending a signal. Or is it... Does a NOT gate invert the signal? Blue is 0 and red is 1. Not get inverts it. Okay. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I was imagining this as more as 1 and 2, but 0 and 1 makes more sense. Okay, I need blue. So that means... red to blue, blue to red, red to blue. Okay. Okay, so the blue outputs here, so I need a red going into it. So that means I need to stretch a blue over here. Right, that doesn't work. Red, blue, red. Oh, no, okay, that might work. Okay, so do that. Connect, connect, connect. Okay, this is just for getting it. Oh. Oh, but then if I do this, it's no longer holding the door open. I don't think I can connect to that red for these gate types. No, I need this the other way. Vertical gates are opaque. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Because the ones you could shoot through were horizontal. Wait, so I need this exact same setup, but instead of starting from here, I start from there. Okay. You know, it completely went over my head, the difference between the vertical versus horizontal grades. Like, I thought it was... My brain was just thinking it's specific object types you can shoot through. Paris. Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light. One of the greatest capitals of the world, home to tradition and innovation alike. It was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the moment that gave birth to modernity in all its glories and horrors alike. The spirit of freedom that was born here, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. That's really cool. That actually looks like a painted painting. No jump allowed. Hello, Alcatraz.
What can I do for you? It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation. Exactly. But we don't really understand anything yet, and this Prometheus is suspiciously absent, so I remain cautious.
And there's another one of those eyes. Still don't know what to do with these just yet. What's up with that checkered thingy? I BRB'd just then. Checkered thingy? I know there was a checkerboard pattern in the ground a while back. But I don't think it did anything. Or at least, it didn't do anything when I passed by it. I mean, Not to say that it can't do anything, but it didn't automatically trigger any interaction. Yeah, you don't jump as high as it looks in first person. Imprisoned? No. Okay, see, that's a not gate. That's a not gate. Okay, so that's blue to blue. And then red to blue. And then blue to blue. Easy.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
To look at another puzzle cluster assumes they remain inactive until someone gets there, or until the transport system goes online. I wonder if that's more so to be like, hey, don't sequence break, it's not going to matter. Like, even if you load the area, all the puzzles are explicitly checking if you've unlocked them. Although, if we're introducing logic gates, I'm very interested to see what kind of shenanigans they throw at me later. Hidden. Ooh. Ooh. Reminded of a TTP1 custom app which recreated a Turing-complete computer solely out of puzzle elements. That does not surprise me. Okay. The puzzle's name is Hidden. So what's the hidden? What's the hooky? Oh. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, just a sanity check. Okay, yeah, I picked that up. The gate closes. Okay, I can do this. Oh, interesting. If that's the case... Oh, okay. Both of these open that. I thought it... Or rather, either of these open that. It's an OR gate. I thought it was an AND gate. Yeah, I know what an OR gate is. That's funny. True. Okay. I need to get the blue into the blue. Which means I need to go boop. Although, not seeing immediately how this helps me. Fuck. Okay. Ooh. Wait, no. Okay, now I can pick this up. I can do that. Oh, no. I can do that. So then I can take this and carry it through. That is a very cool puzzle, I do agree. There's a connector. Oh, okay. Let's see if I can grab you properly. Okay, I have to walk into it.
On this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms. And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
Yeah, biology is absolutely batshit crazy if you try to explain it to someone who has never really thought about it. Okay. I was about to be. There's no way it's that easy. It's a lot of fun and taking the time to studying something. Is your streams an internet show? Really? That's interesting. I mean, I guess that's true. I do enjoy understanding things. Red to blue to blue to red. Other way around, because I'm stupid. Wait. You take the time to study every nook and cranny of the game. Yeah, I guess I do. I do walk around and look for things. Although, I guess I just didn't really think of it that way. Okay, I need red there. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Wait. Okay, well now it's turned into red. Which means I can do this. That's not what I thought I was trying to do.
Cloud seems to contain exactly the same amount of energy.
Oh. Yeah, okay. That's not what I was trying to do. I forgot it inverts. I was trying to connect to this to power this. The Garden, new poem. I walk in the garden without fear, as stars swirl across the sky, and I stand amongst the tall lilies, who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. Is that a poem? None of it rhymes. I know next to nothing about poetry. Makes beautiful, makes me feel calm and happy. This is my new favorite of yours, I think. Although maybe Step by Step towards the Nightingales might still win out. Let's say it's a tie. The words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems like a poem about death. Poems don't have to rhyme? Oh, okay. In that case, I don't to fucking know what a poem is. I know what a haiku is. It has like the 757 or 575. This feels less like. Actually, no, I guess I just don't know what a poem is because I thought they had to rhyme. That's my greatest dream. That all this is just a momentary stop, a place where we rest for a little while before we go on to new adventures. Interesting. I always thought of humanity's journey as long and exhausting, a search for a home. Homes are important, but we are wanderers, Imish. We need new horizons, and the more we travel, the more we perceive our homes with new eyes, and find more to love. Wow, a response from Byron himself. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I really appreciate them. Okay, this was 7. And 8. I haven't found the 2 lost puzzles. Excuse me? The fuck? Abstract art? Oh, well, here's one of them. Pre-connected. They're really good at blocking off just like the thinnest of connection points. Oh. Interesting. Oh. Oh, there's a door here. Hmm. Oh. I might be stupid. Maybe. Wait. Okay, see, that's similar to what I was talking about earlier. A perfect example of if it's powered, the door exists. So you could remotely jam the button or the emitter or the whatchamacallums. Oh, that's so I can't take it through here. Oh, lab. I forgot about the lab. Oh, it's opening Pandora's box. That's cute.
Every site we've investigated has had one of these labs, but they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply causation, though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is two things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
Ooh, okay. Prediction time. I was partially correct last time. Last time I predicted the new item was going to be a laser turret, as in you have a laser emitter in the middle of the ground, which is constantly shooting in one direction, and you can rotate the direction it shoots. So instead of being able to connect from any angle, it's just there's one direction, and in order to connect to it, you place the connector in front of the laser. So that kind of thing would only be able to shoot in one direction, and it would only be able to connect to one connector. Additionally, mirrors could be cool. We haven't had a recorder equivalent just yet. Although, we have mind transfer spoiled, so that's going to be a thing. Ferrofluid. Or not fluid? Okay. Well, this was also spoiled. Well, there's gravity change. Wait, was there no magnet? I thought there was magnet something something. I wanted your reaction to that without spoilers. Yeah, so did I. Okay, so this appears to be magnet floor. Yeah, I wish, like, I understand that you have to have the options for accessibility reasons. Unfortunately, people with small brains, or those who didn't realize the fast forward button existed, really hated the recorder in TTP1. Yeah, even with fast forward, the recorder was kind of tedious. Like, I wish there was a button on the recorder for some instances where you could just press it once and it would instantly give you a 5-minute duration of the player just standing still. Or maybe, like, if while you're using the recorder, the fast forward button was even faster forward. But, like, I understand you need these options for accessibility reasons, but I wish there would be some way to, like, disable spoiler accessibility features for people like me. Like, for me, like, I don't have any, for lack of a better term, deficiencies to where different game settings are going to, like, impact my health. So, like, I could play the game on any whatever the default is. So, like, I would like a way to hide the things that are relevant to the new mechanics. But yeah, no, the recorder was a little tedious. It definitely could have been done better. Hey. That's my main criticism. That's the main criticism they got for TP1. They were overwhelmingly negative about the recorders. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, it does not look like there were... What? It does not look like there was a second terminal. I'm very interested in this, because these have shown interesting stuff. I should have been screenshotting those. Copy to clipboard. Okay. E3 lab purple. E3 lab not display. E3 lab monitor hologram. I'm trying to think of a good name for this. For my notes. Maybe 3D display? I think 3D display is good. Also, did TP1 never tell you how to, use the fast forward? Is that something you just had to find by looking through the controls? Nope. Wow. Okay. Fast forward was added after release because people complained? Fair enough. That is reasonable. Although, I'm actually surprised that the devs went through playtesting without fast forward and didn't think to add it. Positional interchange. I have a box on top of a fan. I can shoot lasers anywhere I want. Okay, so the laser's here. And I do boop, boop, boop. Interesting. You can connect through these, but you can't shoot through these. Or rather, you can connect through these and see through these, but there's some materials, like glass panes, that you can't... like glass you can see through, but you can't shoot through. Different materials for different purposes. Makes sense. Oh, that's interesting. Not sure if it's relevant because the box falls too fast. But you can actually jump onto a box as it's falling. No, that's not doing it. Interesting. That might be doable. If I could get a running jump as it's going up. Although, unless I can also grab this. Not sure if that would be helpful. But let's figure the puzzle. Wait. Huh? Am I stupid? Yes, the answer is yes. There's an entire extra part of the puzzle. Okay, well, I can take this. Connect. Boop. Boop. Okay, so actually you connect to you and to you. Gonna break you, connect you to you. Or, don't be dumb. Okay, so I can do that. But, actually. Place that down. That. Oh, I take you. Okay, so I need blue. No, I do red like that. Then I connect the red to the red. No, but that one doesn't have an angle to the blue. No, that wall's too long. Oh, no. Well, actually, no, I can't even get an angle to connect to the blue, let alone an angle to laser to the blue. Receiver, that is. 15 minutes. "15 minutes until the end of the stream." I know. I mean, you have a couple hours of backlog in the VODs. Actually, wait. This one has to connect to blue, I think. Because that one, as long as it's on the button, it doesn't have a line of sight to blue. That one doesn't have a line of sight to blue. I mean, I guess I can replace this. Yeah, but then you get a collision issue. Wait a second. Oh, that's an AND gate. That's an AND gate. I guess so. That connects to those. You connect to that. Oh, no, 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 no. connect to that. Oh, but that doesn't help. Fuck. Because the ending point is what connects to the blue, and it's on ground level. And this all looks relatively flat. No, but then it. No, but that's the exact same scenario I was in before. Wait, no, I'm stupid. Put it on the other side. Are you just... Huh? Give. Can you not? Interesting. You actually can't reach the blue from that angle. That thing is huge. Also, it would have been the wrong color anyway. There we go. na 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 na. I already did that one. Okay, where is this other lost thingamajig? Probably on the other side of the island for the sake of variety. You know, that one might be doable. What's that? Vibu? That blue glow? Blue glow? Not sure what you're talking about. That purple glow? With the hologram? This thing? No clue. I can't interact with it. And there has been... There's been one in each area so far. In East 1, it was a mine from TP1. In East 2, it was just a group of humans. Although I probably could have gotten a better screenshot of this one. E3 hologram slide. And I actually found a while ago you can disable snap to grid, which makes this even more like a corkboard for keeping notes of stuff, because like I can kind of just put things however I want. Unfortunately, I can't draw on it. You can make little connections like that, like this. But I would like the ability to just draw on it. One thing that I want to do at some point is if you go into settings and appearance, you can do custom CSS. I want to either make or find a CSS thing that changes the background to actually look like a corkboard. But I have to go. So, thank you for being here. And tomorrow is Friday. That is my day off. Hopefully, I will be productive on my day off. And then Saturday, we will have a lot more time. Farewell, and have good days.